The house awakens fully. The house, now more powerful than ever, continued to grow in hunger, feeding on the souls it claimed, growing stronger with each new victim. It had existed for centuries, waiting, feeding, and as each soul was drawn in, it became more alive, more aware of its own insatiable need. It pulsed with a dark energy that hummed through its walls, waiting for the next soul to wander too close. The land surrounding the house grew eerily silent, as if the very earth knew that something ancient and dark slumbered beneath its surface. The trees surrounding the house had grown taller, their twisted branches stretching toward the sky like the gnarled fingers of the house itself. They were alive, too, connected to the house in ways no one could fully understand. The forest protected the house, keeping it hidden from the world, allowing it to feed on the lost and the curious. But while the house had claimed countless victims, it had never fully realized its potential. It had only been dormant, feeding off the remnants of those who entered, growing stronger with each soul. But now, something had changed. The first crack. It started slowly, a subtle change. The house had always been patient, content to lure in wanderers, but now, it began to change its tactics. It no longer waited for people to come. It called to them. The mirrors, its eyes, began to show their true power. They flickered, distorting the images of anyone who passed them. The house wasn't merely showing their reflections anymore. It was reaching into their minds, whispering to them, drawing them in with promises of answers, of secrets. No one could resist. Everyone who came into the house felt the call. And it wasn't just the mirrors. The very air seemed charged, like an electric current was running through the house itself. The forest around the house shifted as well. The trees whispered, leaves rustling with something far darker than the wind. The earth cracked, and the house shifted slightly, its ancient foundation grinding against the land. Something was waking within its walls. The new victims. Two people, unaware of the house's awakening, wandered through the forest on a quiet morning. Sarah and Adam, hikers who had come to explore the wilderness for a few days, were eager to get away from the hustle and bustle of their daily lives. They had heard vague rumors about the haunted house in the woods, but they had dismissed them as just local legend. After all, they didn't believe in ghosts. But the further they ventured into the woods, the more they felt a strange pull. It was subtle at first, like an itch in the back of their minds. Sarah noticed it first. She stopped walking, looking around, feeling something odd in the air. Adam noticed her hesitation and asked if she was okay. "I don't know," Sarah said, shaking her head. "It feels wrong, like we're being watched." Adam, ever the skeptic, laughed it off. "Probably just some animals. Let's keep going. The trail's right up ahead." But Sarah wasn't convinced. There was something unnatural about this place, something she couldn't shake. And when they finally arrived at the clearing, she was stunned to find the house, hidden among the trees, almost camouflaged by the foliage, as if the forest itself was trying to keep it a secret. It was standing, silent and still, like a shadow in the sunlight. But even in its stillness, it seemed to pulse with an unnatural energy. The house's power grows. As soon as they set foot on the grounds, the house seemed to stir. The moment Sarah crossed the threshold of the house's crumbling doorway, the whispers began. "Welcome." The words were soft, faint, almost like a sigh in the air. Sarah froze, feeling the hairs on the back of her neck rise. She turned to Adam, who seemed to be equally unnerved, but neither of them spoke. They stepped inside, as if drawn to the unknown. The interior was colder than they expected, a musty chill that pressed against their skin. The walls groaned with age, and the flickering of their flashlight seemed to dance on the worn, cracked walls. There was no furniture, no personal belongings, just the remnants of a forgotten time. And the mirrors. There were mirrors everywhere. They were large, old, and framed with intricate, dark wood. They stood as silent sentinels, reflecting distorted images of Sarah and Adam. "Is it just me, or do these mirrors look wrong?" Adam whispered, his voice almost trembling. "Yeah, they feel off. Like they're watching us," Sarah replied, a shiver crawling up her spine. But as they moved deeper into the house, the mirrors began to show more than just their reflections. The faces in the mirrors changed. Sarah's face twisted, stretching with an eerie, unnatural grin, while Adam's reflection shifted into a darker, shadowy figure. The eyes in the reflections grew hollow, the skin stretched taut and pale. The whispers grew louder, voices pressing in on their minds. You should have never come. The house is hungry. And then it happened. The house unleashes its hunger. The air grew thick with an oppressive weight, as though the house itself had woken fully from its long, dark slumber. The walls groaned in agony, and the floorboards seemed to ripple as if something was moving beneath the house. Sarah and Adam stumbled backward, their hearts racing. And then, the mirrors began to pulse, emitting an eerie glow. The figures in the glass stretched forward, their hands reaching out toward the two explorers. The house's hunger was awakening, and it wanted them. Before they could move, the mirrors exploded with dark energy. The air swirled, and a great force rushed toward them. The house had seen them, and it wasn't about to let them leave. Sarah screamed as the shadows engulfed her, her body pulled toward one of the mirrors, her hands grasping for anything to hold onto. Adam tried to reach for her, but the energy was too strong, the force too powerful. He felt a cold hand wrap around his own chest, tightening like a vice. And then, as Sarah disappeared into the mirror, Adam was pulled into the dark void as well. The house claims them. The house fell silent once more, the echoes of their screams fading into the shadows. The mirrors, now calm, reflected nothing but emptiness. But the house was far from empty. It was full, its hunger temporarily sated, its walls now brimming with the energy of those it had claimed. Inside, Sarah and Adam joined the others, trapped forever in the reflections of the mirrors, their faces frozen in terror, their souls bound to the house's eternal hunger. The house was alive. It would never stop. The house awaits. Outside, the wind began to stir again, the trees rustling in the growing darkness. The house, though still and silent on the surface, was far from dormant. It waited. It always waited. The voices. Emma stood frozen in the doorway, the musty smell of dust and decay creeping into her nostrils as the voices grew louder. They weren't just whispers anymore. They were distinct, clear, and full of emotion, though they seemed to speak in a language she didn't understand. The words were incomprehensible, yet the tone was unmistakable. There was pain, anger, and an unsettling sense of urgency in the voices. The room before her was dim, the only light coming from a cracked window, casting long shadows across the floor. The walls were adorned with peeling wallpaper, and an old ornate mirror hung crookedly above a fireplace, its glass clouded with age. A chill ran down Emma's spine as she stepped inside, the floorboards creaking beneath her weight. The voices seemed to swirl around her, tugging at her, begging her to understand. "Why are you here?" one of the voices suddenly demanded, its tone sharp and accusing. Emma stumbled backward, her heart pounding. She had heard the voice, clear, unmistakable, and as if it were standing right beside her. But she was alone. The air in the room grew cold, and Emma's breath formed visible mist. The voices continued, now blending into one continuous wail, a mournful chorus of sorrow and rage. They echoed in her ears, surrounding her, as though the very walls of the house were alive with their cries. "Leave this place," another voice urged, trembling with fear. "Leave, before it's too late." Emma's hands shook as she reached for the old mirror, drawn to it by an invisible force. As her fingers brushed the glass, a dark shadow moved within its depths. For a split second, she saw something, a face, twisted in agony, with hollow eyes and a mouth stretched in a silent scream. With a gasp, she jerked her hand back, and the voices ceased instantly. The room fell into a suffocating silence, but Emma could still feel the presence of the unseen forces, watching her, waiting. The air felt heavy, and she could taste the bitter remnants of their words on her tongue. "Who are you?" she whispered, her voice barely audible. But the silence answered her only with a deep, suffocating stillness. The door slammed shut behind her. Emma turned to find herself trapped in the room, the voices gone, but their presence lingering in the corners of her mind. She knew, then, that whatever haunted this house had no intention of letting her leave. The voices continued. The room was suffocating. The silence, thick and oppressive, pressed against Emma like an invisible weight. She had come into this house to escape, to start anew, but now she found herself trapped in a nightmare far worse than any of the rumors had suggested. The presence in the room was not just felt, it was almost tangible. It lingered like the cold draft, wrapping around her every movement, watching her every breath. Emma's pulse thudded in her ears as she slowly backed away from the door, her legs unsteady. The mirror across the room glinted in the dim light, its surface now seemingly darker, as if it had absorbed the energy of the voices. There was something sinister about the way it reflected the room, twisting the shadows into strange, unnatural shapes. Her hand trembled as she reached for the door handle, but just as her fingers brushed the cold brass, a low rumbling sound echoed from the floor beneath her. The house groaned, as if it were waking up after a long slumber. A deep vibration seemed to pulse through the walls, vibrating the very air around her. Emma's stomach churned, a sense of dread sinking deeper with each passing second. She pulled at the door handle once more, but it refused to budge. The door was locked, but she had not locked it. The force on the other side was inexplicable, an invisible barrier keeping her from leaving. Panic surged through her chest. She was trapped. Emma turned, her eyes scanning the room for something, anything that could help her. The old fireplace sat like a forgotten relic, its hearth cold and dark. The wallpaper, once grand, now peeled away in yellowed strips, revealing the wooden planks beneath, weathered and warped. Dust floated in the air like ghostly whispers, and the dim light cast long, crooked shadows across the room, distorting the space. The mirror was still there, watching her, but now, it felt more alive, more dangerous. Emma could see the faintest ripples in its glass, like water disturbed by an unseen force. As she gazed into the mirror, her reflection twisted, her face contorted with fear, but she could see something else in the glass, something darker, something that wasn't her. Her breath caught in her throat. The figure in the reflection was different, a woman, pale and gaunt, with hollow eyes and lips stretched into a grotesque smile. She was not in the room, but the reflection was unmistakable. Emma stumbled backward, her mind reeling. Who was she? The voice from the mirror whispered, faint but unmistakable. You shouldn't have come. Emma's heart raced. She had to get out, but the door remained sealed. She turned around, looking for an escape, but the room now seemed to have shifted. The shadows had grown longer, the walls had closed in slightly, and the air felt heavier than before. It was as if the house itself was shifting, warping, reacting to her presence. A forgotten history. Emma's mind raced. There had to be a way out. There had to be some explanation. She had read about the house's history, of course. The abandoned mansion was a notorious landmark in the area, one that had long been the subject of local folklore. But Emma had dismissed the stories as mere superstition. Now, faced with the evidence of something far more sinister, the weight of the history pressed down on her. The house had once been owned by the Gray family, a wealthy but reclusive group who had lived there for generations. They were known for their wealth, their eccentricities, and their strange rituals. The family had vanished one night without a trace. All that remained were their belongings, and the unsettling reports of strange sounds and voices coming from within the mansion. Local legends claimed that the family had made a pact with an entity, a dark presence that resided in the house. The pact had supposedly gone awry, and the Gray family had been claimed by whatever forces they had summoned. As Emma stood frozen, she realized that the voices and shadows she had been experiencing were connected to this dark history. Whatever had happened to the Gray family was far from over. The hidden room. Emma's thoughts were interrupted by a faint sound, an old floorboard creaking. Slowly, her eyes drifted towards the corner of the room where a section of the wall seemed oddly out of place. It wasn't just the peeling wallpaper that looked wrong, it was the way the wood framed the space. There was a faint outline, a door that was hidden behind the layers of decay. Her breath caught in her throat as she approached it. The creaking grew louder, echoing in the silence of the room. As Emma's hand touched the hidden door, it gave way with a slow, reluctant groan. The wall split open, revealing a narrow, winding staircase that descended into darkness. The air from below was thick with a musty odor, like something ancient and long forgotten. Emma's instincts screamed at her to turn away, but something powerful, drove her forward. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of the Gray family, of the voices, and the woman in the mirror. There was no turning back now. She had to uncover the truth. With a deep breath, Emma descended the stairs. The underground chamber. The staircase led her down into an underground chamber that was unlike anything she had imagined. The walls were lined with bookshelves, filled with dusty tomes that seemed to hum with an ancient power. The air was thick and heavy, filled with the scent of old leather and candle wax. In the center of the room stood an altar, carved from black stone, surrounded by twisted iron symbols. Atop the altar lay an open book, its pages yellowed and brittle with age. Emma moved closer, her eyes fixated on the book. As she stepped forward, a cold breeze swept through the room, extinguishing the candlelight that flickered nearby. She froze, the weight of the room settling over her like a dark cloud. There was something here, something that felt alive, waiting. Her fingers trembled as she reached for the book. As she touched the pages, a sharp pain shot through her hand, as if the book itself had bitten her. She gasped, pulling her hand back. Blood. The page she had touched was stained with blood, as though it had been written in some dark ink. The words on the page were written in the same strange language she had heard in the voices. She couldn't understand them, but the symbols seemed to call to her, as if they were speaking directly to her soul. Suddenly, the room grew colder. The shadows on the walls stretched and writhed, pulling towards her. The altar began to hum, a low, vibrating sound that filled the chamber, reverberating in her chest. The walls seemed to pulse with life, as though the house itself was breathing. The voices, louder now, filled her mind. "Release us," they whispered. "Release us from this prison." The awakening. The room was no longer just a chamber of forgotten books. It had become a place of power, a place where the boundaries between the living and the dead had been blurred. Emma could feel it now, the weight of the curse, the pact that had been made so long ago. The Gray family had summoned something that had never been meant to be unleashed. And now, it had found her. The shadows around the room coalesced into dark, shifting shapes. There were faces, twisted, contorted faces, flickering in and out of existence. They were not human, but something far worse. They stared at her with hollow eyes, their mouths agape in silent screams. Emma stepped back, her breath shallow, her heart pounding in her chest. She had to get out. She had to leave this place before it. The awakening continued. The darkness suffocated her, wrapping around her like a cold, unseen hand. Emma's heart thundered in her chest, her breath shallow as the voices surged, louder and louder. She couldn't tell where they were coming from anymore. Each direction was filled with them, echoing from every corner of the room. There was no escape from their presence, no relief from the oppressive weight that pressed down on her shoulders. She stumbled back, feeling the cold stone of the altar press against her palm, as if the room itself was reaching out to claim her. Her eyes darted around, searching for something, anything that could explain what was happening. The symbols on the walls, once faint and worn, now glowed with a sickly green hue, pulsating like a living thing. The air thickened with a palpable energy, and the very floor beneath her feet seemed to tremble. Then, from the darkness, a figure began to materialize. It was tall, thin, and indistinct at first, but as it drew closer, Emma saw the contours of its face, pale, gaunt, with hollow eyes and a mouth twisted into an eternal grimace. The figure moved toward her with unsettling grace, its body almost fluid as it passed through the air like a shadow. It spoke. "Do you see us now?" The voice was a cold whisper that seemed to bypass her ears and burrow straight into her mind. "Do you feel our pain?" Emma's skin prickled with terror. "Who are you?" she demanded, her voice barely audible, trembling with fear. But the figure didn't respond in words. Instead, it extended a long, skeletal hand, pointing toward the altar. The book that had been lying open on the stone surface was now glowing, its pages turning of their own accord. A faint, eerie chant filled the air, an incantation that seemed to rise and fall like a slow, tortured heartbeat. The shadows in the room seemed to gather around Emma, closing in tighter with each passing second. Her breath caught in her throat. There was something alive in the air, a force that was drawing closer. She could feel the darkness wrapping around her, suffocating her, pulling her deeper into the fold of whatever cursed history had unfolded in this house. Then, suddenly, the figure's voice broke through the oppressive silence again. "It's not the house that binds you, it is the pact." The words echoed in her mind, and Emma's heart skipped a beat. The pact. She recalled the rumors, the tale of the Grey family who had vanished without a trace. The whispers had always spoken of a dark pact made in desperation, something that had bound the family's fate to the house and its spirits. She had dismissed the rumors, but now the weight of those words hit her like a thunderclap. What pact? Emma whispered, desperate for answers. The words seemed to hang in the air, as if the house itself was listening. The figure's form wavered. The Grey family sought power, immortality, a way to defy death. But the price was their souls. And now, their torment is ours. The figure's eyes locked onto Emma's, and she felt the force of its gaze penetrate her very soul. We are trapped, bound to this place, waiting. We cannot leave until it is completed, until the next soul takes its place. Emma's blood ran cold. It was not just the Grey family that had been consumed. The house itself was a prison for lost souls, bound to the land by the pact that had been forged all those years ago. And now, Emma was standing on the precipice of becoming another one of them. The figure drew closer, its form now solid, its skeletal hand reaching toward her. You must make the choice. Break the pact, or become one of us. The choice. Emma stood frozen, her legs trembling, her body paralyzed by fear. Her mind raced. How could she break a pact made so long ago? Was there even a way out? She glanced down at the altar where the book lay open, the cursed pages continuing to turn, as if mocking her. The voice in her head screamed, "Run! Get out!" But the door was still shut, still locked tight. There was no escape, not from the voices, not from the shadows, not from whatever cursed force had taken hold of the house. Her breath came in sharp gasps. She had to do something, anything. Without thinking, Emma dashed toward the altar, her hand trembling as it reached for the book. As soon as her fingers touched its pages, a rush of energy surged through her body, a torrent of cold that coursed through her veins like ice. The room around her blurred, the shadows twisting and writhing in unnatural ways. The pact, she thought, what was the pact? The book seemed to pulse in her hands, its energy overwhelming her senses. Words that had once been foreign to her suddenly became clear, ancient, twisted words that held the weight of centuries. The pact was a binding agreement, a curse placed upon the Grey family. But it wasn't just their souls that had been sacrificed. Their bloodline had been marked, and whoever came to live in this house would inevitably become part of the curse. Suddenly, Emma understood. The Grey family had known they couldn't escape, but they had hoped, in their desperation, that one day someone would come and take their place, take on the curse and free them. They had hoped that someone like her, someone who didn't believe in the stories, would wander into this house, ignorant of its horrors, and become their salvation. But in doing so, she would become their prisoner. The figure's hand reached for her, the room spinning around her as she tried to wrench herself free from the hold of the pact. There was no time. The voices were too loud, too desperate, urging her to make her choice. In one swift motion, Emma slammed the book shut. The room went still. The consequence. For a moment, there was nothing but silence. No voices, no shadows, no oppressive air. The figure before her faded, its form disintegrating like mist, vanishing into the darkness. The glowing symbols on the walls dimmed, and the energy in the room seemed to dissipate. Emma could feel the air clearing, the weight of the curse lifting, just for a moment. But then, the floor beneath her feet began to tremble. She had broken the pact. And in breaking the pact, she had sealed her own fate. The walls of the room began to crack. the foundation of the house shifting violently as if it were about to collapse. A high-pitched scream erupted from the depths of the house, a sound so raw and filled with anguish that it rattled Emma to her core. In the distance, she could hear the voices again. But this time, they weren't calling to her. They were screaming in fury, angry that she had disturbed their slumber. The house was not finished with her. The aftermath. The house trembled as if it were alive, groaning under the strain of Emma's actions. The walls, once sturdy, cracked and split, sending echoes throughout the space. The tremors beneath her feet grew stronger, shaking the ground as if something deep within the earth was stirring in response to the disturbance. Emma's heart raced as she stumbled backward, her head spinning with disbelief. The house was falling apart around her, the very fabric of reality unraveling. She could hear the spirits, their anger, their cries, their desperate pleas, becoming louder and more frantic by the second. The shadows seemed to grow, twisting and snapping at the air, dark forms stretching toward her like greedy hands. She turned to run, but the door, the only way out, remained sealed. The walls around her seemed to pulse with a malignant energy, closing in on her as though they were alive and hungry for her soul. Her mind screamed for escape, but every path she tried was blocked. The house was fighting back. She had broken its rules, disturbed its slumber, and now it was ready to claim her. The heart of the house. Emma's eyes darted to the center of the room, where the altar stood. The book that had caused all this chaos now lay open, its pages fluttering as if alive, as though it were trying to communicate with her. The room pulsed with the energy of the pact she had broken. The weight of its consequences felt heavy in the air, thickening with every passing second. The pact. She remembered the words in the book, the incantations that had been written in blood, the very curse that had bound the Grey family. She had thought she could break it, thought that by slamming the book shut, she could end their torment. But instead, she had released something far darker, something more ancient than the spirits she had encountered. She had disturbed the house's dark heart. She had to fix this. She didn't know how, but she had to. In the back of her mind, a thought stirred. The mirror. The woman with the hollow eyes, the one that had smiled at her with that twisted grin. She hadn't left Emma. She was still there, somewhere, watching, waiting. The mirror's truth. Emma moved quickly, her legs shaking as she ran across the room, her mind fixated on the mirror. She had to see. She had to know what the house wanted from her. The mirror had shown her something before, a reflection that wasn't her. Perhaps it could reveal the truth now, or at least give her a glimpse of a way out. She reached the mirror and gazed into its depths, the reflection staring back at her with cold, unblinking eyes. But this time, it was different. The woman in the mirror wasn't alone. Behind her, in the darkened glass, Emma saw a shadow, a towering presence, looming with an overwhelming sense of power. The figure was indistinct at first, just a dark mass, but then it began to take shape, tall, looming, with eyes that glowed with a feral hunger. It had no face, only darkness. It was the house itself, the thing that had bound the Grey family, the entity they had summoned, the true source of the curse. Break the pact, but at what cost? The voice whispered, now unmistakably from the mirror. It was no longer a faint whisper. It was as though the voice came from within her own mind. The price is always paid. Emma's breath caught in her throat. She had done something terrible, something that couldn't be undone. The entity in the mirror seemed to reach toward her, its form shifting and twisting like smoke. "You can never leave," the voice said again. "You are part of us now. You belong to the house." The price. Emma's body froze as the air around her grew even colder. The walls seemed to shrink, the darkness pressing in on her from every angle. The spirits were howling again, their cries distorted and frantic, mixing with the voice of the entity. The house had been waiting for her, had been waiting for someone to take the Grey family's place. And now, it had claimed her. She could feel her heartbeat, loud and frantic in her chest, her mind racing for a way out. But there was no way out. Not anymore. The house was a living, breathing entity, its hunger unquenchable, its grasp unyielding. She had thought she could break the curse, but in doing so, she had sealed her fate. By trying to stop it, she had become part of it. The house was her prison now, the final choice. As the darkness enveloped her, a vision flashed before her eyes. The Gray family, before their disappearance, standing in this very room, desperate, pleading. The head of the family, an older man, holding the same book she had just closed. Their faces were filled with terror, their eyes hollow from the pact they had made. The price. They had known it. They had known that anyone who lived in this house would pay the ultimate price. Their souls were already bound, their lives sacrificed to an ancient power. The entity in the mirror had claimed them, just as it would claim Emma. She could feel her breath quicken. But there was one last thing she had to do. One last, desperate chance. The figure in the mirror, the entity, seemed to be watching her, waiting. It had seen what she had tried to do, felt her resistance, her defiance. But it was too late for that. Emma reached for the book again. This time, she held it tightly, refusing to let go. The voices swirled around her once more, but now they were softer, quieter. The energy in the room began to shift, a flicker of hope rising in her chest. She wasn't going to let the house win. With a forceful breath, she slammed the book shut again. The room shook violently, the walls cracking, the air swirling. The spirits' cries intensified, their anger reaching a fever pitch. But Emma stood firm, gripping the book tightly as the darkness closed in on her. For a moment, everything stopped. Then, a sudden gust of wind blew through the room, extinguishing the candles, sweeping the darkness away. The house began to settle, its grip loosening, the oppressive weight lifting. And then, silence. Emma opened her eyes. She was no longer in the house. The truth. The world around her was different. The walls of the room had vanished, replaced by a vast, empty landscape. Desolate, barren. A single figure stood before her, the same woman from the mirror. But this time, the woman wasn't twisted and malevolent. She stood tall, her face soft, almost serene. "You have freed us," the woman said softly. "The pact is broken." Emma looked around, the truth dawning upon her. The spirits, the entity, the house, it had all been a cycle. A cycle that had been broken, a curse that had been lifted. The woman smiled, her eyes filled with gratitude. "But you must make a choice now, Emma." "What choice?" Emma whispered, her voice cracking with exhaustion. "You can return, or you can join us," the woman replied. "You have freed us from the house's grip. But your soul is still bound by the price of the pact." Emma stood in silence, the weight of her choices pressing down on her. Could she return to the world she had known? Or would she stay, among the spirits, among the broken souls, forever part of the house that had haunted her? The air shimmered as the woman began to fade, her form dissipating into the air. But as she did, Emma realized that the decision was hers to make. The curse had been broken, but the consequences were hers to bear. And no matter what she chose, she would never truly escape the house. The final choice continued. Emma stood frozen, her mind reeling. She had broken the curse, but it seemed there was no true escape. The haunting whispers of the house still lingered in the back of her mind, like a distant drumbeat, reminding her of what she had faced, and what she had just freed. She was no longer the same person who had walked into that cursed house weeks ago. Her life had irrevocably changed. The woman, whose form was now fading, turned back to Emma, her voice soft but filled with purpose. "You were always meant to be the one, Emma. You were the one who would either undo the curse or become part of it. Now, you must choose." The woman's features began to blur, her figure dissolving into the thick, shifting mist. "Choose, before it's too late. The house is never truly empty." As the woman's form disappeared completely, Emma felt a cold shiver run down her spine. She was alone again, standing on the desolate, barren landscape. The winds howled in the distance, but there was no sign of life. No plants. No animals. Only endless gray skies and shifting shadows. Her thoughts turned inward. The curse had been broken. The spirits had been freed. But the cost had been high. Too high. Could she leave this place, this world of shadows, and return to her life, to the reality she had once known? Her hand instinctively went to her chest, where she could feel the faint pull, an invisible thread tying her to the house. It was as though the house still had a piece of her, even though she had thought she had freed it. She could still hear faint echoes of the voices, the spirits, the cries of those who had come before her. But she could also hear something else, something quieter. A soft, whispering call that seemed to come from somewhere deep within her soul. Go back. It urged her. Fix what you broke. Fix what you broke. Emma repeated aloud, her voice trembling. She had tried so hard to escape, to undo the wrongs that had bound her and the Gray family to that place. But now, she wasn't so sure anymore. She thought of the life she had left behind, the friends she had known, the small comforts of her ordinary life, the fleeting moments of happiness she had once taken for granted. Could she go back to that, after everything she had experienced? But something dark and menacing began to stir inside her. The shadows seemed to deepen, the landscape growing even darker. The wind howled louder. It was too late for escape. She had already chosen a return to darkness. Without warning, the mist around Emma began to solidify. The ground beneath her feet shifted, pulling her down as if gravity itself had betrayed her. She gasped, stumbling forward as she felt the world twist beneath her. In an instant, she was back. The house. The walls were once again alive with movement, groaning, creaking, and shifting as if they recognized her presence. The cold, oppressive atmosphere had returned in full force, the air thick with the lingering energy of the curse. The whispers, the shadows, the cries, they were all here, all around her. Emma's knees buckled as she fell to the ground, her hands pressing against the cold, stone floor beneath her. She was no longer on the barren landscape. She had returned to the place she had tried to escape. The mirror from before stood before her, the same one that had shown her the twisted reflection, now once again a silent, watching sentinel in the room. As Emma raised her head, her reflection caught her eye. But it wasn't just her own face staring back. The woman from the mirror, the one who had smiled at her with that hollow grin, was there again, standing behind her own reflection. This time, she wasn't alone. There were other figures. Dark, indistinct shapes, emerging from the corners of the glass, their eyes glowing with a malevolent hunger. Did you think you could break the curse, Emma? The woman's voice echoed, deep and hollow, reverberating throughout the room. Did you think that it would end with a simple choice? Emma's heart raced as she staggered to her feet. The house, once again, was alive, pulsing with an insatiable hunger. The book, the altar, they had returned to their previous form, as if the house itself was mocking her attempt to end its reign. Emma's stomach twisted in dread. You cannot escape, the voice whispered again. You will never leave. The pact is never truly broken. You are the last. You are the new soul bound to the house. A searing pain suddenly shot through Emma's chest. It was as if the house itself was clawing into her, drawing her essence back into its dark heart. The shadows around her surged forward, curling around her arms and legs, pulling her toward the altar. The final binding. Emma fought against the pull, her body shaking with exhaustion. She couldn't breathe. The air was thick with darkness, the weight of the house's curse bearing down on her with each second. The spirits were gone, but their anger, their grief, was still alive within these walls. She had freed them, but in doing so, she had only given them a chance to pass on their burden to her. The altar, now glowing with an eerie green light, loomed ahead. The book that had caused this chaos lay open once again, its pages whispering to her in the same strange language she had heard before. It beckoned her, as if calling her to fulfill the pact. No. Emma gasped, her voice barely a whisper as she tried to move away. No, I won't be the one. But the room closed in around her, the shadows pressing against her. Her hands trembled as she reached for the book one last time, trying to shut it, to end this torment once and for all. But as her fingers brushed the pages, a sudden rush of energy pulsed through her body. The house screamed, a shrill, deafening wail that reverberated through the walls. The dark figure that had been tormenting her for weeks materialized before her, its massive, faceless form towering over her. The entity's cold, malevolent presence surged with terrifying power, pushing Emma back. "You are one of us now," the entity's voice boomed, deep and incomprehensible. "The pact is complete. The house has chosen you." The shadows enveloped her, consuming everything, her thoughts, her body, her very soul, becoming the house. And then, Emma became nothing. The house stood silent once more. The wind no longer howled, the cries of the spirits faded into nothing, and the altar, the book, and the mirror were still. The house had claimed its final victim. It was at peace, for now. The pact had not been broken. It had merely shifted its weight to another soul. The house would stand for eternity, its hunger always waiting, always seeking the next victim. Emma was now part of the house, forever bound to its walls. In the distance, the wind began to stir again, and the house, once more, waited for its next visitor. The house's new prisoner. The years passed, and the house, ever unchanged, stood in its solitude at the edge of the forest, cloaked in an eerie silence. The wind, when it blew, howled with a mournful tone, but no one ventured near. The locals had long since abandoned the area, afraid of the stories that surrounded it, the disappearance of the Gray family, the whispers of a house that hungered for souls, and the horrifying tales of those who entered but never returned. Yet, the house remained, waiting, the return of the lost. It was a crisp autumn evening when a new figure arrived, a young man named Noah, whose curiosity had led him to this place, despite the warnings he had heard as a child. The house had been abandoned for years, yet he could still recall the tales his grandmother had told him, of the cursed mansion that stood hidden from the world. She had always told him to stay away, warning him that the house was alive. But Noah was different. He had always been drawn to the unknown, to the things that others feared. He had read about the house in an old, yellowed book of local legends, and could not resist the temptation to see it for himself. Standing before the decaying structure, Noah felt a chill run down his spine, but he ignored it. The house was still magnificent, in a decayed, haunting way. The windows were dark and empty, like eyes that had seen too much, but the front door, slightly ajar, seemed to beckon him in. With a deep breath, he stepped inside. The house greets him. The air inside was heavy with dust and old wood, the familiar scent of decay and neglect. Noah moved through the hall, his footsteps echoing in the silence. The walls were lined with faded wallpaper, peeling in places, and the creaky floorboards groaned beneath his weight. He walked slowly, taking in every detail of the abandoned house. He had no idea what he was hoping to find. Perhaps some proof of the stories, some remnant of the Gray family that had once called this place home. As he wandered deeper into the house, he felt something strange. A subtle shift in the air, like a presence just beyond his sight. His skin tingled as if the house was aware of his presence, watching him with an ancient, unseen gaze. The walls seemed to close in around him as he walked, and the air grew colder. A sudden gust of wind slammed the door behind him, and Noah spun around. The house was now completely still again. For a moment, he felt a rising panic, but he quickly shook it off. "It's just an old house, nothing more," he reassured himself. But the feeling of being watched did not leave. He found himself in a long hallway, the walls lined with portraits, paintings of the Gray family, their eyes staring out from the canvas. The faces were frozen in time, but there was something unsettling about them. Their expressions seemed to change when Noah wasn't looking directly at them. The eyes shifted, tracking his every movement. Suddenly, a soft whisper echoed through the hallway. Noah froze, his heart skipping a beat. The voice was faint at first, indistinct, but it grew clearer as it seemed to call out to him, urging him deeper into the house. "Come closer." Noah's legs felt heavy, but his curiosity won over the creeping dread that settled in his chest. He moved forward, drawn by the whisper, which seemed to resonate through the very walls. "The mirror calls again." At the end of the hallway, Noah found a large, ornate mirror. It was unlike anything he had ever seen before, its frame intricately carved with symbols that seemed almost alive. The glass was darkened with age, but as he approached, the reflection began to shift. At first, he saw nothing but his own face, but then, a shadow appeared behind him. Noah turned quickly, but there was nothing. When he looked back at the mirror, the shadow had grown larger, more distinct, until it was standing directly behind his reflection. A tall, gaunt figure with hollow eyes and an empty, gaping mouth. Noah's heart raced. He took a step back, but his reflection didn't move. The figure in the mirror did. The whisper returned, louder this time, as though the house itself was speaking directly to him. "You should not have come." The figure in the mirror began to move, its form shifting with unnatural grace. Noah stood frozen in place, watching as the shadowy figure seemed to step out of the mirror itself. Its eyes, those hollow eyes, were locked on him, piercing through him like an icy blade. The room seemed to spin around him, the shadows growing longer, darker, as the entity advanced toward him. "You belong to the house now," the voice echoed in his mind, cold and terrifying. "Just like the others before you." Noah's body trembled. He wanted to scream, to run, but his legs wouldn't move. The shadows surged forward, enveloping him, pulling him toward the mirror, toward the house's dark heart. The figure's grin stretched wider, as if the entity was savoring his fear. The price. The house was alive again. Its hunger had awakened. The whispers grew louder, the shadows thicker, as Noah was pulled deeper into the house's twisted grasp. And then, a voice broke through the growing chaos. "Noah!" It was a voice he recognized, but from where? It echoed in his mind, familiar yet distant. He closed his eyes, trying to block out the horrible noise, the darkness closing in. "Noah, listen to me." He opened his eyes and saw her, Emma. Her pale face appeared in the mirror, her eyes wide and filled with sorrow. She looked different now, but there was something in her eyes that he knew, something that connected them. She reached out to him, her hand pressing against the mirror, as if trying to pull him to safety. "I couldn't escape," Emma's voice whispered. "The house took me. But you can still break the curse, Noah. You must." Noah's mind swirled with panic and confusion. What was she saying? Was she a part of the house now, a prisoner like the Gray family? Was she warning him? But before he could react, the figure in the mirror began to laugh, its hollow, chilling laugh echoing through the room. It reached out with its skeletal hand, pulling Noah toward the glass. "No!" Noah screamed, desperate to break free. But the darkness was too strong. The shadows enveloped him completely. And then, the mirror went silent. A new prisoner. Noah stood in the darkened room, but he was no longer alone. His body felt heavy, his mind foggy. His reflection stared back at him, no longer his own. The house had claimed him, just as it had claimed Emma before him. He could feel the weight of the curse settling into his bones, the invisible chains wrapping around his soul. He was part of the house now, a prisoner. The shadows shifted again, as if the house was adjusting to his presence, welcoming him as its new ward. The whispers returned, but this time they were different. They weren't distant anymore. They were inside his mind, his thoughts, pushing him, guiding him, pulling him deeper into the house's dark embrace. "You'll never escape," the voice whispered. "You are one of us now." Noah's heart pounded in his chest. He tried to scream, to break free, but the shadows held him tight, their grip suffocating. He was no longer just a visitor. He had become part of the house, a new soul trapped within its walls, bound to the same fate as the Gray family, as Emma, and the countless others before him. The house waited patiently, as it always had, for the next curious soul to wander too close. And Noah, like all who had come before him, would be part of the house forever. ChatGPT said, "The endless cycle." Years passed, and yet the house remained as it always had, standing alone at the edge of the forest. The trees grew tall around it, their shadows creeping over the ground like the claws of some ancient creature. It was as if the world had forgotten the house, as if the memories of the horrors that had taken place within its walls were slowly fading, consumed by the passage of time. But the house had not forgotten. It never did. Each new season brought fresh whispers, fresh echoes of the souls that had entered the house, seeking answers, seeking refuge, or simply driven by curiosity. But no one ever left. The house was patient, its hunger timeless. Each new soul added to the collection, each new prisoner was slowly woven into its tapestry of suffering, as the walls absorbed their despair, their pain, and their torment. The awakening. And then, one stormy night, a new presence arrived. Elise was different. Unlike those before her, she wasn't lured by curiosity or haunted by tales of the house. She had heard the stories, of course, but they were just that, stories. It wasn't superstition that brought her here, but a need for answers. A need to understand. Her sister had vanished years ago, and Elise had spent her life chasing ghosts, chasing the possibility that something out there could explain the mystery of her disappearance. Her sister had come to this place. The old house on the edge of the forest. Elise remembered the day the letter arrived, the one with no return address, just a single cryptic line, "The house knows." She couldn't ignore it. She had to find out what had happened to her sister, even if it meant stepping into the shadows herself. The rain poured down as she trudged through the woods, the path barely visible beneath the wet leaves and mud. She could feel the weight of the trees pressing in around her, their dark shapes towering above like sentinels. The air was thick, humid, but also strangely still, as if the world was holding its breath. Finally, she saw it. The house, standing as it always had, faded, decaying, but unyielding. It looked larger than she had imagined, its twisted spires cutting into the sky. The door, slightly ajar, beckoned her. She approached cautiously, her heart pounding in her chest. She could feel the pull of the house, its magnetic force, tugging at her very soul. The wind howled, the trees creaked as if they too were warning her, but it was too late. She was already here. With a deep breath, Elise stepped inside. The house's welcome. The house was dark and silent, its air thick with the smell of mildew and decay. The walls seemed to press in on her as she moved through the foyer, and the floor creaked beneath her steps. Her fingers brushed against the faded wallpaper as she moved deeper into the house. The very air felt heavy with the weight of its history, the weight of the countless souls that had entered but never left. But it was the silence that unnerved her most. The house was empty, or so it seemed. She moved from room to room, each one more decrepit than the last. In the parlor, she found an old portrait of a family. Two parents, their children smiling stiffly beneath their painted eyes. It was the Gray family, she realized. She had seen them in old photographs her sister had kept, her sister who had believed the stories, who had come here searching for answers. But where had she gone? Elise continued her search, moving up the winding staircase. The house felt colder with every step she took. Her breath quickened, her skin prickling with an eerie sensation. She could feel it now. Something was watching her. The air around her felt thick, heavy, as if the house itself was alive, breathing, aware of her presence. She came to a door at the end of the hall, a room she hadn't seen before. It stood ajar, a faint light flickering from within. Her heart raced as she stepped closer, her pulse quickening. She reached for the door, and as she pushed it open, a chill ran through her body. The mirror's truth. Inside the room, she found a large mirror, its surface clouded and old. The room was dim, but the mirror seemed to shimmer with an unnatural glow. Elise took a step forward, mesmerized. The reflection in the glass was not her own. It was a woman, pale and gaunt, her hollow eyes staring back at Elise with a strange, knowing look. Elise's breath caught in her throat. She recognized her. It was her sister. But the reflection was wrong. The woman in the mirror was twisted, her features distorted, her expression twisted into a silent scream. Elise reached out, her hand trembling as it hovered just above the glass. The woman in the mirror mirrored her movements, but her eyes, those hollow eyes, seemed to plead. Elise's thoughts raced. What happened to you? She wondered, desperate for an answer. How did you end up here? Suddenly, a A voice echoed in her mind. It was the same voice that had been in her sister's letters, the same voice she had heard in whispered dreams. You should never have come. Elise spun around, her heart racing. The room had grown colder, the shadows creeping in at the edges. She turned back to the mirror, but her sister was no longer there. Instead, the reflection showed her own face, twisted in agony, eyes wide with terror. No! Elise cried, stepping back. She turned to flee, but the door slammed shut behind her. The house groaned as if waking up, and the floorboards beneath her feet seemed to shift. The whispering started. At first, it was faint, just a murmur, but it grew louder until it was deafening. A chorus of voices filled the room, all speaking at once, all begging her to listen. You're part of it now. The house has chosen you. You cannot leave. Elise's mind raced. She felt the air grow thicker, suffocating her as the shadows seemed to reach out toward her, like hands trying to drag her back into the depths of the house. The walls felt like they were closing in, and the voices, her sister's voice, echoed in her ears. I couldn't leave, the voice whispered, and neither can you. Elise felt herself being pulled toward the mirror, toward her own twisted reflection. Her heart pounded in her chest as her body moved involuntarily, as if the house itself was taking control of her. She reached out, her hand trembling, and for a brief moment, she felt something, the faintest brush of her sister's hand on hers. But it was too late. The house claimed her. The house waits. Outside, the storm raged on, the wind howling through the trees. The house stood silent once more, as if nothing had happened. The door was once again ajar, the shadows lingering just within its darkened hallways. The house was alive, its hunger never ceasing. It waited, patient, always waiting for the next soul to wander too close. And in the depths of the house, Elise's voice joined the others. The house's cycle continued, its insatiable thirst for souls unbroken. The mirror still gleamed, waiting to show the next lost soul the reflection of their inevitable fate. And as the winds howled through the forest, the house stood, timeless, watching, always ready for the next one to come. The cycle resumes. Days turned into weeks, and the house remained as it always had. The shadows in its walls seemed to whisper endlessly, pulling at the fabric of reality, as if the house itself were waiting for someone to stumble upon it, someone with a desperate need, someone who would step into the darkness without understanding what it truly meant. The forest surrounding the house had become even more dense, the trees now towering over the structure like sentinels, their roots twisting and weaving into the very earth beneath it, as if binding the house to the land itself. The house stood alone, as if cut off from the world, a forgotten relic of an era long past. Yet it was very much alive, its hunger as sharp and unyielding as it had ever been. A new arrival. And then, one day, someone new approached. Max was a skeptic, a man who did not believe in the supernatural, in ghosts, or in curses. He was an urban explorer, someone who thrived on the thrill of discovering forgotten places, long abandoned buildings, and hidden ruins. He had heard the legends about the house, how it was haunted, how it devoured those foolish enough to enter, but he had never put much stock in them. To him, they were just stories, just local folklore meant to scare children. But Max wasn't a child. When he heard about the house, he knew he had to see it for himself. The idea of finding something so mysterious, so unknown, fueled his curiosity. His friends warned him to stay away, but Max wasn't the type to shy away from adventure. He made his way through the forest, guided only by the directions he'd pieced together from old, scattered reports and rumors. As he stepped closer to the house, he couldn't help but feel a slight unease. The trees seemed to close in around him, and the air grew colder, but Max shrugged it off. He was used to the feeling of being in places that others feared. And there it was, looming ahead, the house. Unlike the crumbling ruins of other places Max had explored, this house seemed almost preserved. It stood still, unmoving, like something frozen in time. The door, slightly ajar, seemed to beckon him in. He pushed open the door, his camera at the ready. The air inside was thick with dust, and the scent of decay hung heavy in the room. Max took a step inside, his boots creaking on the floorboards. His flashlight flickered briefly, and as it came back on, the beam landed on a set of portraits along the wall. The Gray family, he recognized them from the photos he had seen in the old records. The portraits seemed faded but untouched by time. They were watching him, their eyes following his every move. He turned his attention to the rest of the house, eager to capture as much as possible. But something about it felt off. The silence was too deep, too complete. It felt unnatural. Max didn't believe in ghosts, but he could not deny the unease gnawing at him now. The first encounter. He moved deeper into the house, through dark corridors lined with peeling wallpaper and rooms that felt like forgotten spaces, untouched by time or human hands. But as he explored, Max began to feel it, the presence. It was subtle at first, just a feeling. A chill that crept up his spine. A whisper in the air. He paused, listening, but the house was eerily silent. His breath caught, and he spun around, convinced someone, or something, was there. But no one was. Maybe just my mind playing tricks, he thought, shaking his head. But still, the sense of being watched, of something lurking just beyond his vision, did not fade. He could feel it now, creeping closer, like the weight of an unseen gaze. He turned a corner, flashlight in hand, and there, in the corner of the room, stood an old mirror. It was large, ornate, its glass clouded with age. Max frowned. It seemed out of place, almost too pristine for a house like this. He approached it, his breath shallow, his heart pounding. And then, as his flashlight flickered once more, he saw something. At first, it was a shadow, fleeting, as if someone had just passed by. But when Max looked again, he saw her. A woman, standing behind him in the reflection, her face pale, her eyes hollow and dark. She was dressed in clothes that seemed out of place, old-fashioned, almost from another era. Her lips were parted, as if to speak, but no sound came from her. Max's heart skipped a beat. He stumbled backward, but the reflection remained, staring at him with an unsettling intensity. The woman's mouth opened wider, her expression twisting into something agonized, something desperate. Then the whispers started. Soft at first, barely audible. "You shouldn't have come," they murmured, coming from all directions. Max spun around, his breath quickening, but there was no one there. Just the same empty rooms, the same haunting silence. The woman's face in the mirror twisted, her eyes darkening. She reached out, but her hand did not touch the glass. It passed right through it, as though the reflection was alive, breathing. He wanted to run. He wanted to scream. But he couldn't move. His feet felt like they were stuck in place. The whispers grew louder, swirling around him like a storm. "Leave this place, or you'll never leave." Max tore his eyes away from the mirror, finally breaking the spell. He backed away, his breathing ragged. His camera had slipped from his hands, but he didn't care. His mind was racing, and he knew he had to get out. He turned toward the door, only to be stopped by a sudden crashing noise. Something had fallen, something heavy, something close by. His eyes darted around the room, panic seizing his chest. The house seemed alive now, the floorboards creaking, the walls groaning as if shifting around him. He tried the door, but it was locked. The house wasn't letting him go. The whispers were no longer soft. They were deafening, a cacophony of voices, all speaking at once, all calling out to him. He could feel them, could hear their agony in his bones. The house was feeding on his fear. "You're ours now," they whispered. "The house claims you. The house takes its toll." Max's body trembled as he turned back toward the mirror, unable to stop himself. His eyes met the reflection of the woman, who was no longer alone. The room around her had begun to change. The air grew colder, and the walls seemed to stretch and bend. In the reflection, Max saw the Gray family. They were standing behind the woman now, their faces pale and hollow, their eyes empty and sorrowful. Their mouths moved, but no sound came out. He watched in horror as they reached out toward him, their skeletal hands outstretched, pulling him into the mirror. With a scream, Max fell backward, and the room seemed to collapse in on him. The shadows pressed in, their cold fingers dragging him toward the mirror. The last thing Max saw before everything went black was the woman's twisted grin in the reflection, her hollow eyes burning with an endless hunger. The house waits again. Outside, the storm raged, the wind howling through the trees. The house stood still, silent once more. Its door, now closed, waited patiently for the next visitor. The whispers had quieted for now, but they never truly stopped. Max had become another part of the house, another soul trapped in the endless cycle, another prisoner bound to the dark fate that awaited all who dared to enter. The mirror, now silent, continued to reflect the house's eternal hunger, as it had done for so many before. And so, the house waited, its hunger never ceasing, its cycle never broken. The house would always wait for the next curious soul, the next chapter of the house. As the days passed, the house remained dormant, its cursed walls silent and still. The storm outside had subsided, leaving only the quiet rustling of the trees as the air grew cool and crisp. But though the house seemed to rest, it was anything but peaceful. Inside, its hunger stirred once more, feeding on the souls trapped within its walls. Souls like Max, like Emma, like the Gray family. The house was patient. It always was. And when the next soul wandered too close, too curious, it would awaken again, like an ancient beast ready to consume. A new presence. On a warm spring morning, the wind carried a new scent into the forest, a fresh, unfamiliar smell that lingered in the air. It wasn't just the spring flowers, nor the damp earth, but something else. Something that was drawn to the house. Anna, a young woman with an adventurous spirit, was on her way to explore the town's countryside. She was an amateur photographer, drawn to abandoned places, to the beauty of forgotten history. The house had always intrigued her. She had heard the stories, yes. Who hadn't? But Anna wasn't easily frightened. She found herself fascinated by the house's eerie reputation. People had long since stopped venturing near it, and those who did often spoke in hushed tones about its haunted past. But to Anna, it was an adventure, a challenge to uncover what the house really was. The sun shone brightly as she walked along the path toward the edge of the forest. The house stood ahead of her, as imposing as ever. Anna took a deep breath, her camera ready in her hands. She knew that the photos she would capture here would be unlike any she had taken before. As she approached the door, she paused. The heavy silence in the air was unsettling. No birds chirped, no insects buzzed. It was as if the world around the house had stopped moving. She reached out and pushed the door open. It creaked loudly, the sound echoing through the empty hallway. The house welcomes Anna. The air inside was thick with the scent of age, dust, mildew, and something darker that Anna couldn't quite place. Her flashlight illuminated the faded walls, the peeling wallpaper, and the cobwebs that had long since claimed this place as their own. She shivered, but her curiosity pushed her forward. She snapped a few pictures, the camera's shutter clicking softly in the stillness. Anna moved deeper into the house, her steps slow, cautious. The house felt oddly alive, like it was watching her. She paused in front of an old portrait. The Gray family, she assumed. The faces were stern and lifeless, their eyes seemingly following her every move. But something felt wrong. They were watching her too intently. She felt their gaze burn into her skin, heavy and suffocating. She took another photo, but before she could lower the camera, a strange noise echoed from upstairs, a soft thudding, almost like footsteps. Anna froze, her heart pounding in her chest. There was no one else here. She was sure of it. The house had been empty for years. Then the whispers started. At first, they were faint, barely audible, like a distant murmur that Anna couldn't quite make out. But as she stood there, the whispers grew louder, more distinct. They came from every direction, surrounding her, filling her ears. "You shouldn't have come." Anna turned, her breath caught in her throat. She scanned the room, but no one was there. Her hand gripped the camera tightly, her knuckles white. The whispers continued, rising in intensity. The walls seemed to close in around her, the shadows shifting in the corners of her vision. She hurried toward the stairs, thinking she could find the source of the sound, dismissing it as a figment of her imagination. But the whispers followed her, growing louder with each step. They seemed to be inside her head now, a chorus of voices pleading, begging her to leave. "You'll never leave," one voice whispered. "You belong to the house now." Anna paused at the top of the stairs, her heart racing. Her legs felt like lead, heavy and unresponsive. But she forced herself to move, her camera flashing as she captured the dark hallways and empty rooms. She was on edge, but she refused to let the fear take hold. She had come here to document, to find something real, something tangible. The mirror calls again. At the end of the hallway, she found it, the mirror. It was the same one Max had encountered before, its ornate frame dark and intricate, covered in dust. Its glass was cracked, but it still held the reflection of the room behind her. At first, Anna didn't think much of it. She had seen many mirrors in abandoned houses, many with similar histories. But as she stepped closer, the reflection grew strange. It was not just her own image she saw. Behind her, in the glass, stood a figure. A tall, gaunt shape, draped in shadows. Its face was obscured, but its presence was undeniable. The figure was watching her with the same hollow eyes she had seen in the portrait downstairs. She gasped, stumbling backward, but the reflection didn't move. It stayed locked in place, frozen, as if it were waiting for something. Something that Anna couldn't understand. A chill ran through her, but she couldn't pull her eyes away. She raised her camera, but as the flash went off, the figure in the reflection began to shift, its face becoming clearer. The eyes. They were hollow, no pupils, no light, just darkness, deep and unyielding. And then the mouth opened, but no sound came from it. The lips parted, stretching into a grin that sent a wave of icy dread through Anna's veins. The whispers returned, louder than ever. "Come closer." She wanted to scream, to run. But something in the air held her in place. The house was alive. It was alive, and it was pulling her in. She could feel the walls breathing around her, the floor creaking beneath her feet as if the house were waking up, ready to claim her as it had so many before. The house's hunger. Anna's vision blurred, her mind struggling to comprehend what was happening. She backed away, her legs unsteady, but the shadows in the mirror began to move. The figure in the glass reached toward her, its hand stretching out through the surface, long fingers curling in the air as if trying to grab hold of her. The temperature in the room dropped sharply, and Anna shivered violently. The whispering voices grew louder, deafening in her ears. "Leave, while you can." Her legs gave out beneath her, and she collapsed onto the floor, her camera slipping from her hands. The shadows continued to move, swirling and shifting, as if the house itself were alive, a hungry beast waiting to devour its next victim. Anna tried to crawl away, her body shaking with fear, but the room seemed to stretch endlessly, the walls closing in, the floor beneath her buckling. The figure in the mirror grinned wider, its face now contorted in a grotesque expression of hunger. She reached out for the door, but it was too far away. She could feel the cold grip of the house on her, dragging her toward the center of the room, toward the mirror, toward the dark void that had claimed so many before her. The last thing she saw before the darkness consumed her was the face in the reflection, her own face, twisted and distorted in the glass, staring back at her with those same hollow eyes. The house remains. Outside, the trees swayed gently in the wind, the sun beginning to set. The house stood silent, its door once again ajar, waiting. The whispers faded into nothingness, and the shadows withdrew. It had claimed another soul, another victim in its endless hunger. The house remains hungry. The forest around the house grew darker with each passing year. The trees, thick and ancient, stood like silent sentinels guarding the house from the outside world, ensuring that no one could disturb its terrible peace. The whispers inside, the ones that had once been faint and distant, grew louder. The house now had a new rhythm, a pulse. It had become attuned to the cycle of its hunger. For every soul it claimed, it grew stronger. The walls seemed to hum with a dark energy, the air growing thick with the agony and despair of those who had entered and never left. And though the house had many stories to tell, its hunger never ceased. It awaited the next soul, the next victim who would wander too close, whose curiosity would overcome their common sense. The eyes of the house. The house, in its eternal waiting, was far from idle. Its very walls absorbed the fear and despair of the lost souls, and the mirrors, those cursed mirrors, acted as the house's eyes. They watched, unseen, from every corner of the mansion. They observed every new arrival, every step taken, every breath drawn. The mirrors, in their endless stillness, were anything but passive. They were windows into the house's dark heart, and as each new victim entered, the mirrors filled with their image, slowly growing distorted, twisted, as they succumbed to the curse. But the house did not need to wait forever. Every now and then, a new soul, unaware of the true horror, would step over its threshold. They would walk in with skepticism, with curiosity, or perhaps desperation. The house would be ready. It always was. A new visitor. One crisp autumn evening, a new face appeared on the path that led toward the house. This time, it was a man, Victor, a writer of dark fiction. He had heard whispers about the house, its grim reputation filling the pages of his books and journals. But Victor, unlike the others, didn't believe in ghosts. He didn't believe in curses or supernatural forces. To him, the stories were just that, stories. Victor's curiosity was sharper than most. He saw the house as a source of inspiration, an untold tale that only needed to be uncovered. He wasn't afraid. He was a skeptic, and that made him bold. He wanted to walk through the house, to discover its secrets, and perhaps write about it in a new story, a new angle. To him, it was an opportunity to conquer fear, not be consumed by it. When he arrived at the door, it creaked open without resistance, as if inviting him in. The silence inside was heavy, suffocating. He immediately noticed the stale air, the scent of rot and decay that had settled deep into the house's very bones. Dust covered every surface, and the once grand furniture stood broken, faded. Yet, as he took his first step into the foyer, something tugged at him. Something was off. He paused, the hairs on the back of his neck standing up. But he shrugged it off. Just his imagination. Victor stepped forward, flashlight in hand, casting long shadows across the walls. His eyes scanned every detail, and as he passed the large mirror in the hallway, his own reflection caught his attention. The room behind him, reflected in the glass, seemed darker, the shadows more defined. He paused, looking closer, but then he saw something he hadn't noticed before. A faint, almost imperceptible movement in the reflection. A figure, standing in the corner of the room, just beyond the edge of the mirror's surface. At first, it was a blur, indistinct and unimportant, but as he stared, the figure became clearer, more defined. It was a woman, a gaunt, pale woman with hollow eyes and an eerie, frozen smile. His breath caught in his throat. He spun around, but the room behind him was empty. The figure was gone. His heart raced, and he laughed nervously. It's nothing, just your mind playing tricks. But the feeling of being watched never left him. The air felt thicker now, the weight of the house pressing in on him. The mirrors, he realized, had eyes, and they were all watching him. The house awakens. Victor continued deeper into the house, though the uneasy feeling lingered. He explored room after room, taking photographs, scribbling down notes for his next project. But the further he went, the more the house seemed to close in around him. The walls felt closer, the air colder. The whispers returned, faint at first, like soft murmurs in the distance. But they grew louder until they were right beside him, echoing inside his mind. You shouldn't be here. The voice was not one, but many, and it reverberated in his skull, sending a shiver through his spine. He looked around, but the house was silent again. He wanted to leave. His rational mind told him to walk out of the door, to forget this place. But something held him there, a compulsion, a fascination. He had to know. He had to understand. He entered a large room at the end of the hall. It was dark, the only light coming from the thin slivers of sunlight that peeked through the broken windows. The room was filled with old furniture, covered in sheets that had long since turned yellow with age. At the far end of the room, a large mirror stood, framed in dark, ornate wood. It was larger than the others, and its glass was clearer, undisturbed by age. Victor walked toward it, his reflection flickering in the surface. He felt an odd pull toward it, like something was calling him, something far deeper than his curiosity. He stood in front of the mirror, staring into his own reflection. It was the same as always, but for some reason, he couldn't pull his eyes away. There was a subtle shift in the air, a thickening of the silence around him. Suddenly, his reflection moved, without him. He watched, frozen, as the reflection of himself in the mirror smiled, a cruel, twisted grin that did not match his own face. His heart skipped a beat, and the reflection began to move on its own, mimicking his movements but not quite. The smile stretched wider, grotesque, as if the mirror was alive, mocking him. "You've come to find us, Victor." The voice was not his own. It was soft and hollow, like the sound of the dead. The reflection in the mirror moved closer, its face coming nearer to the glass. Victor's breath hitched. He took a step back, but the reflection did not follow. It stayed in the mirror, grinning, stretching its arms toward him. "You belong to the house now," the reflection whispered, its voice dripping with malice. Victor's eyes widened in terror. He tried to turn away, but his body wouldn't respond. He was frozen, his gaze locked with the reflection. The room seemed to warp around him, the walls stretching, the floorboards creaking under unseen weight. He could feel the house's hunger, feel the dark energy rising. The house wasn't just watching him, it was feeding on his fear, pulling him into its depths. The mirror wasn't just showing him his reflection. It was showing him what the house wanted him to become. Victor opened his mouth to scream, but no sound came out. The reflection in the mirror moved closer, its hand reaching through the glass toward his throat. His body began to shake violently as the cold, spectral fingers brushed against him. The house claims him. And then, with a final, horrible tug, Victor was pulled into the mirror. The house waits. Again. The house stood still, the storm outside intensifying, but the door was once again closed. Silence reigned once more, except for the soft, faint whispers that emanated from the walls. Victor had joined the house's collection. He was now another face in the mirror, another reflection trapped for eternity, bound to the house. The house's growing hunger. Time had little meaning within the walls of the house. Seasons passed outside, unnoticed, as the house remained unchanged, untouched by the world beyond the forest. It stood still, its hunger never diminishing, its grip on the souls it claimed only growing stronger. Victor, like the others before him, had become part of the house, his face now locked in the reflection of the mirror, trapped in a timeless prison. Yet the house, though patient, could feel the stirrings of something deeper now. It was a hunger not just for souls, but for something more, the desire to break free, to spread beyond its walls. The spirits trapped within its confines began to whisper louder, their voices growing desperate. Is there a way to break the curse? Will it ever stop feeding? These were the questions that echoed in the dark, in the corners of every room, in the very foundation of the house itself. The house's first crack. On the surface, the house appeared to be a solitary, decaying monument to forgotten horrors. But deep within, a strange energy began to stir. The walls that had once been immovable, static, began to shift ever so slightly. The floors groaned with an ancient creak. The air in the house became charged with an unfamiliar static hum, as if the house itself were waking from a deep slumber. It began as small cracks in the plaster, fractures that spiderwebbed along the walls like veins, unseen to those who didn't know to look. And then, the mirrors began to ripple, as though the very glass were alive, pulsing with a quiet, rhythmic beat. A dark force was building inside, gaining power with every soul it consumed. And it was beginning to realize that there was something it could do. The house wasn't just waiting anymore. It was planning. The arrival of someone who knows. Not far from the house, a woman named Caroline stood at the edge of the forest. She had heard the stories, but but unlike others, she didn't shy away from them. She sought the truth, the answers to the mysteries that plagued her mind for years. Her brother, Ethan, had disappeared a year ago, and her search for him had led her to this place, the house. Ethan had been the kind of person to chase down legends and uncover what others feared to face. But one day, he had stopped sending messages, stopped responding to calls. The only thing left behind was a single letter with an address: the house. Caroline had spent months searching, following every lead, retracing his steps. The trail had grown colder and colder, until it had led her here, to the house. This was not the first time Caroline had ventured into places shrouded in mystery. But something about this house was different. It didn't just pull at her curiosity, it felt personal. She had no idea what had happened to Ethan, but Caroline knew that the house held the answer. As she walked toward the looming structure, she felt the weight of its presence. The air felt thick, almost suffocating, and the trees around the house seemed to close in on her as if trying to keep her away. But Caroline pressed forward, her steps resolute. She had to know the truth. The house watches. Caroline pushed the door open, and the house greeted her with silence. The air inside was thick with dust, heavy with the smell of mildew and decay. The walls seemed to close in around her, pressing tighter with every step she took. But the house did not just watch her from a distance. No, it knew who she was. It had known she would come, just as it had known the others. It had waited for her, and it would not let her leave. The mirrors in the hallway caught her attention, and as Caroline passed one, she felt a chill run down her spine. She couldn't help but look at her reflection. But something was off. The woman staring back at her wasn't entirely her. Her face was twisted in a way that wasn't right, her eyes empty, like the others she had seen in the photos, the ones who had come and never returned. Caroline turned away from the mirror, her heart pounding. Get a grip, she told herself, trying to push down the growing fear. She moved forward, determined to find her brother, determined to find the answers. She heard faint whispers now, like distant voices floating through the air, tugging at her consciousness. She followed them, deeper into the heart of the house. The hidden room. Caroline wandered through the house, her mind racing. The whispers grew louder, but the source remained elusive. She moved into a room at the back of the house, a room that seemed to have been hidden from the rest. The door creaked as she pushed it open, and she stepped inside. The room was different. It was colder. The walls were lined with bookshelves, stacked with old, dusty tomes. And at the center of the room stood an altar, adorned with strange symbols. It looked ancient, almost like a place for rituals, sacrifices. And there, on the altar, was the same book she had seen in the house's old photographs, the book that had belonged to the Gray family. She reached out instinctively, but as her fingers brushed the pages, a violent pulse of energy shot through her, nearly knocking her off her feet. For a brief moment, the world around her seemed to bend and twist. The house groaned, and the shadows that filled the room grew darker, deeper. Her breath caught in her throat as the room seemed to warp into something else, a place that wasn't just part of the house, but a part of something darker, something ancient. The house had been waiting for her to find this. The house reveals its secrets. The whispers grew louder, now sounding like voices pleading, screaming in desperation. And then, with a terrible grinding noise, the walls of the room began to shift. A hidden door slid open, revealing a small chamber behind it. Inside, Caroline saw what she had been searching for: Ethan. But he wasn't just lying there. His body was frozen, trapped in a glass-like substance, his eyes wide open, staring blankly ahead. He was preserved, like the others, trapped in the house's dark grip. Caroline ran to him, her hands trembling as she pressed against the glass. His expression was one of pure terror, his lips silently mouthing words she couldn't hear. She felt a surge of grief and rage flood through her, her heart breaking for him. But then, as she looked closer, she saw something else. The air around her grew cold again, the shadows deepened. And in the reflection of the glass, she saw it, the house itself. The walls seemed to be alive, stretching and twisting, the very foundation moving beneath her feet. She turned in horror, realizing the truth. The house wasn't just a place of refuge for lost souls. It was a living, breathing entity, feeding on the people who came to it. It wasn't satisfied with just trapping them. It was growing from their despair, from their fear. It was using them. The final choice. The house shook again, a violent tremor running through the floor. Caroline's mind raced. She had to do something, anything. She couldn't let this happen. Not to Ethan. Not to anyone else. But the whispers returned, louder than ever. You cannot escape now. The voice echoed in her mind, taunting, mocking. The house has already claimed you. Caroline's breath quickened as the walls around her seemed to close in, the shadows stretching farther. She could feel the house's grip tightening, pulling her toward the altar, toward the same fate that had befallen. The house's last breath. Though Caroline had broken the house's hold, though she had freed the spirits trapped within, the darkness that had once consumed the mansion had not disappeared. The house, as powerful as it was, could not be completely erased. The forest had swallowed it whole, leaving no trace of the once mighty structure. But deep in the earth, deep within the very foundation of the land, the house still breathed, still waited. Caroline had walked away, but she could never truly escape the house. She had freed her brother, Ethan, but the price had been high. She felt it, like an invisible chain around her chest, a weight that would never lift. The house's whispers had silenced, but the echoes still lingered in the back of her mind, like a fading melody that refuses to fade completely. She could feel the pull, the hunger. She couldn't outrun it. No one ever could. The house's resurrection. Time passed. The seasons changed. Caroline returned to her life, but the house, even though it was buried beneath the forest, had not been forgotten. Its essence lingered in the wind that passed through the trees, in the faint rustling of leaves, in the cold that brushed against the skin of those who ventured too close. People began to speak of the forest again, as they always had. The whispers of those who disappeared, the strange pull they felt to the heart of the woods. It was like an itch they couldn't scratch, a feeling they couldn't shake, a place they couldn't forget. And one day, the house began to stir again. It started slowly, an unnoticed crack in the earth. The soil that had buried its foundation began to shift, restless, hungry. Deep beneath the forest floor, where the roots of the ancient trees tangled around the remnants of the house's foundation, something dark and powerful began to stir once more. It was the hunger. It never truly stopped. The house had been waiting, and now it was ready to rise again. The return of the house. It was Lily who unknowingly walked into the forest next. A traveler, a wanderer, and like so many before her, she was drawn to the woods by an inexplicable feeling. A pull, something she couldn't describe, something that guided her to the forest's heart. She had heard the stories about the place, but as a seasoned adventurer, she dismissed them as legends, as myths. But as she walked deeper into the forest, her instincts began to tingle. The air grew heavy with an oppressive quiet, the kind that makes the hairs on the back of your neck stand up. There was no wildlife here, no birds, no rustling of leaves. Just silence. A thick, unnerving silence that pressed against her from all sides. She continued anyway, her curiosity leading her deeper. She was looking for something. What, exactly, she wasn't sure. Perhaps a story, perhaps a photo, perhaps something to tell her friends when she returned. But she wasn't prepared for what she found. As Lily stepped through a thicket of trees, the ground beneath her feet shifted, and the earth seemed to pull away, revealing an old stone structure buried beneath the roots of the trees. The outlines of walls appeared, half covered by years of moss and dirt, as if the forest itself had been trying to hide what it knew was there. And then she saw it. A doorway, half buried but unmistakable, beckoning her to come closer. The house reborn. The door creaked open with the slightest push, revealing a darkened hallway. The air inside was stale, but the temperature was far colder than it should have been. As Lily stepped inside, a strange feeling washed over her. This wasn't a house. It was something more. It was alive, breathing, waiting. Lily's flashlight flickered, casting eerie shadows across the walls. The floor was covered in dust, and the air was thick with the smell of rot. as if the house had been waiting for this very moment. For her. She turned a corner and saw them. Framed portraits, old and fading, but the faces were clear. The Gray family. They were watching her. They weren't smiling anymore. Their eyes were wide open, vacant, as if they had seen something they couldn't forget. "You shouldn't have come," Lily heard whispered softly, but the voice didn't come from anyone in the room. It was the house. It was alive, and it was speaking to her, in the very depths of her mind. Her heart began to race, but something deeper inside her compelled her to move forward. She had to see. She had to know. The house was calling her, just as it had called so many before. Her steps were hesitant but determined, drawn forward as though the very house was pulling her in. The return of the mirrors. The house didn't show itself at first, not fully. But as Lily explored, she found it, hidden in plain sight, the mirrors. The mirrors were the key. She could feel their power now, like cold fingers brushing against her skin. As she approached one, she saw her reflection flicker, distort. Her face, momentarily, twisted in an agonized scream. The woman in the reflection smiled back at her, but it wasn't her smile. It was something darker, something that lurked behind her eyes. Suddenly, she was not alone. The figure stepped out of the reflection. It was her, but not her. Lily stumbled backward, her heart racing in her chest. The figure in the mirror was real, standing before her now, its eyes hollow and wide. It reached for her, its fingers long and bony, the reflection stretching out toward her as if it were trying to break through the glass itself. "Join us," the figure whispered. The air grew colder, and Lily felt herself being drawn toward the mirror, as if some invisible force was pulling her in. And then, the house awakened fully. The house feasts. Lily screamed, but the sound was swallowed by the house's hunger. The walls shook, the mirrors rippling violently, reflecting her terror. The house was no longer content with merely trapping its victims. It was pulling them into itself, feeding on their fear, growing more powerful with each passing moment. Lily tried to pull away, but the house's grip was too strong. Her mind was assaulted by whispers, by cries of those who had come before her, their voices blending into a maddening cacophony. As she fought, she realized the truth. The house wasn't just a structure. It was a living entity, an ancient, sentient being that fed on the souls of those it captured. It had no true form. It existed only in the mirrors, in the reflections, in the shadows of the people it had consumed. It was a predator. Lily's strength began to fade. The shadows pulled her closer. Her body was torn between the urge to fight and the overwhelming desire to surrender. The whispers grew louder, blending into one voice. "You belong to us now." And as she felt herself being pulled toward the mirror, she realized with one final, horrifying thought that the house was no longer just waiting. It was awake. It would never stop. The house's endless hunger. The house now stood, alive and ever hungry. It had claimed Lily, just as it had claimed so many before. And as the seasons continued to change, the house would wait for the next soul, the next wanderer, drawn into its grasp. And deep inside, the mirrors whispered,